Alright, hold on. Can I hear myself? Yeah, I can hear myself pretty good, yeah. Okay, hold on. Right, let's see. Can I? Yeah, I like English, yeah. I guess this is a good place as any to start. Hi, welcome. I'm back. Kinda? Yeah. So, I wanna just talk. Fuck, I don't do scripts. I probably should have, but... Okay, it's a new year. So, let's go over... I want something... Okay, so... Blech. Last year, I made a resolution for myself, which was to, I think, just do a stream, at least one a week for the entire year. And I think I almost did that up until November, I think. I kind of just flaked. I kind of gave up on it. Or not really give up. Like, I went into this, I guess, kind of depressive phase where I was kind of just questioning a lot of things. And I was really just oh yeah, I'm gonna put a timestamp for people who are watching this and just want to see the gameplay or whatever in the comments of stream after it's done. So don't worry. But anyway, I kind of just I got so drawn into a project of mine that I wanted to work on that it started getting to my head about how I was basically beating myself up over about it, and I kind of just I kind of just slumped into doing nothing because I was immobilizing and paralyzing myself with this by not letting myself play any games or do anything. Like, I would play with my friends, obviously, but even then, that wasn't all too often. Because like, let's see, I'm just gonna yeah. So I have, let's see, can I count how many I have? Yeah, I have 90. Well, no, sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, yeah, so it does listen all right. So I have 79 plus 15. That's 80, 94 games. I have 94 games released. Basically, I have 94 games. Most of. Okay, no, that's not right. Okay, so let's just listing the unlisted stuff as well. So anyway, regardless, I have like over 50 games in my Steam library that I have. I don't touch. I don't play with them. I don't do anything with them. The only ones that you've seen are usually ones that I did like the blind leap into, so I could let myself see what those games are like. And would I let it go back to them? Yes. And there's also games that I play on my own time or with friends that I don't really stream or record, which is like Monster Hunter World, Hunt Showdown, or Lethal Company. And I just, I mainly, I put up this barrier for myself from the very beginning when I started this YouTube thing, is that I won't allow myself to play anything unless it's for recording purposes. And so that just meant that barrier evolved into I'm not allowed to play anything unless I'm being productive in some way. Because I got so caught up with being productive in some way to become successful at something. And that just made it where it wasn't that much fun anymore. And I literally just have to force myself to do stuff. Like I am right now. I had to obviously once I get into the flow state, the mindset, things can become a lot easier. But obviously it became really difficult for me to do anything. And I kind of, at that point, near the end of the year, I was like, okay, you know what? I just, things don't feel like they're going anywhere. And it's just, I got really depressed about it because I wanted to make a video project because one of the games I recently played, Arbor Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, that was a really special game to me. And it's just, I really cared about it because it me brought out a lot of emotions for me that I normally don't experience. It was thought provoking for me. Yeah, that's the word. It was thought provoking. Whereas a lot of the other games I played, they don't make me think about anything that happens in them. Like, they don't make me think about the lore, the characters, or anything. Armored Core 6 was able to do that for me, and that's saying something. Which, congratulations to them that they won one of the best action games of the year. I'm proud of them for that. Anyway, I just I've been gone for my last stream for 3 weeks in Australia because I was visiting my girlfriend that I had known for a long time now, and I finally got to meet her in person. We hung out, and I proposed to her, and she said yes, and now we're engaged. She lives in Australia, and it makes things really difficult and complicated, but I'm willing to put in the effort to make things work. I really love her. I love her so much. She loves me a lot too. And we're willing to wait however long it takes for me to be able to move over there one day and live there. But that's going to take a long time. And I realize if all I ever do is work this retail job that I'm doing, I'm never going to get there in a timely manner. It's going to take me years to do so. So I wanted to make a New Year's resolution for myself. I want to work on developing a skill. And not like a skill level in a video game so I become really good and pop. No. So it's something I have a hard time wrapping my brain. It's like everyone processes things differently, and one of the things is I find it really hard to see how a skill can develop into something that's tangible. And like a skill that can be developed into something that can actually be useful. Like, I don't understand how someone can put so much time and effort into like drawing or playing music or making stuff. Like, that just seems mind-boggling to me. Like, in my head, I think either you're born gifted or you don't have anything, and obviously that's terrible. It's a horrible way to look at things. And I need to realize that people do things differently. People learn things differently. People develop things differently. And to say that is ignorant. And I just want to break that mindset of myself. I want to better myself. Last year was about being productive. Or at least not just sitting around, staring at my phone, not doing anything. No. I can say that I was being somewhat productive. Like, even if it didn't amount to anything, was it impressive? No, not really. Who cares? I did something. I didn't do nothing for once in my life. And this year, I can be proud of that. And now I want to work on bettering myself in any way possible. As a person, skills, development, I don't know. There's a lot I need to work on with myself. There's so much wrong with me, but you know what? I'm willing to... I can recognize some of that, and I just want to work on those and develop them and get somewhere in life. It doesn't even have... I just want to be able to go to Australia and just hang out with my girlfriend, because I had so much fun with her. Even if we didn't do much, like, I was happier over there. Even though I basically did what I did over here, I didn't care. I was with my girlfriend. I was so fucking happy to finally be with someone in my life that I felt like was a part of me. Like, we were meant for each other. It was so amazing. I want to be able to do that again, but for longer, because I can tell you right now, 3 weeks was not enough. Yeah, so... And the first thing I want to do for this year on my channel is just... There was one game that I wanted to play that I could not get to work. That is made by the same person who made the Stanley Parable, but hold on. Let me just... No, quiet. Go, sorry. Okay, hold on, where does this guy make more? He's made the regular Stanley Parable. There was this one game where, hold up, hold on. Let me just try and find this. Actually, I need to find this because it was a game that. Where is it? That's not it. No, that's not it. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm looking on my phone right now. It's one game this guy recommended on this channel I saw it. He's a pretty fan. He's entertaining to watch the shorts of. Hold on, let's see. Where is he? Where is he? I know he's here somewhere. Did I go past him? I might have gone past. Yeah, I went past him. I don't care. I don't care how long this takes. I don't care what I'm doing. I'm doing this. I'm being serious about this. Where is he? There he is. The Beginner's Guide. Yeah, that was it. So Pirate Software, he's a streamer who's working on a game. I don't know much about him. I only ever watch his shorts, but basically a game he recommended for helping with burnout or creativity was the game I just said. I don't remember what it was. And something. My stream's dying. You know, it's fine. But yeah, it was basically the Beginner's Guide. Yeah, it's like it's not even a real game. It's just an experience, and I could not get it to work on my computer because apparently it's basically incompatible with anything past certain Windows, and I'm on like a Windows 11, so I couldn't troubleshoot either. I really tried, but I'm a little sad I didn't get to play it or try it. But I'm gonna do this instead because this isn't even by most people's standards they wouldn't call this a game. It's like this. It doesn't have like gameplay features or mechanics. It's just you walking around, experience stuff, and that's something I want to do because I want to see how much I can grow. I want to see how much I can develop. I want to see how much I can change, and I want to see myself become a different person. And so we're gonna play this game, and I'm gonna try and 100% it. I usually don't care about 100% games, but I'm just gonna do as much as I can this game. And now I have already seen the Stanley Parable. Well, rather, I remember watching baby-faced Markiplier play it a long time ago. We're gonna pretend that I didn't, because otherwise, that was years ago. And I haven't watched him play this version. And it's like, yeah, but yeah, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna go from start to finish, and we're gonna try and do everything that we can. Then again, I wouldn't be lying. I'd be lying to myself if I had said I haven't. If I knew what this was. But I've never played. If I get. No. We're doing this. Computer's barely visible. That's good enough, I guess. Also, hold on. Let me put. I don't know how to put the current timestamp. You know, who cares? Let's do this. Current time. Current time is. Let's see. Oh, I'm doxing myself. Nah, I don't care. It's 4. No, it's not. Hold on. Currently 4:40 a.m. I'll wait till it's like 4:41 a.m. Alright, we're gonna wait exactly. Okay. Wait until it turns the right time. And there. Okay. Can I use a controller? I like. Oh yeah, another thing is that I also got like an infection in my hand recently after getting back. After working like 2 or 3 days, played Lethal Company with my friends and my girlfriend, and got an infection in my hand. So I've been kind of out of commission, just trying to. Oh wow, Infinity, trying to heal from it and just being in bed all day. But you know what? It's fine. Let's see, can I play this controller? Let's just see real quick. Oh, I can. Cool. End is never the end. We're doing this now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
Yeah, I know
how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yep, that's how it starts.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Yes.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one
Wow, it looks like
single
Gmod.
order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So, I'm just gonna say, I know what this game is. I know what it's about. I know what it's like. I've watched Markiplier play it. And that was an experience a long, long time ago. I was like maybe 12 maybe when I watched him and watched this game. That's a long time ago. And so now I'm 25 years old. I'm playing this game now by myself. It's just I was at the age where I couldn't afford anything for myself. I couldn't do anything for myself. So what I did was I would do what most people do, which most people would say was stupid, which is, why would you watch someone play the game why don't you play it yourself? And one of the arguments I'd make is, I can't play this game myself, so I want to watch someone else do it. And now I don't have to do that anymore. Which also means I've gotten into this thing where if someone uploads a game that I want to play, no, I don't watch it. Which means I miss out on some content, but you know, that's fine. Even if that's all I see on the internet, because it becomes a trend and it's really annoying, but you know what? I don't like spoiling my things for myself. I can't help it. And now I don't have to do that anymore, which is something I'm happy about. Anyways, let's begin. I know isn't like an ending where you can just stand in here and nothing for a bit and he'll just feel like, oh, I guess he is happy there. Unless I push use my keyboard. Oh wow. No. Yeah, I just stand here. Just don't do anything. Stare at my monitor. Oh wait. I'm happy to do this. Maybe? Maybe that's after I get a different ending first. Oh, left trigger's crouch. Interesting. Fine, we'll go out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Isn't there a jump button? No, I guess not. Remember there's like one where
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
there's
co-workers.
a way to get outside and fall out of bounds or something. Oh, wait. Oh, yep, here we go. Yep, bye-bye.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the game until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary
This
into
is
the
so
nature of
fucking
video game
meta.
structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be a great time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Okay.
There once was a man named Stanley.
What? Okay, I don't remember
He was
this.
Considered so manly. But the
I don't mind
truth
this, actually.
must
This
be
is actually quite
told,
nice.
He was not very old and was quite
Yeah, this shows how much I remember.
gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He
This is
did
very
it all
nice.
day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Yes, I will. It wasn't so bad. That was nice. Oh, it just loops now. Is that it? Maybe. Hold on. Let's see how long this drags out for. I'm curious. There's no way he... I'm curious whose resolve will be broken. I am a man of patience. I will not mind waiting here for this. I'm trying to find here the sequence where it just loops in on itself. At that point, it's just gonna go on indefinitely, I think. I wonder if he's gonna get tired of this himself and just ask me what my game is. Yep, okay, I think it just loops right there. Alright. Alright, you win.
All
What
of
a-
his co-workers were gone.
I want to see what he
did it
says if I
mean?
say no.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard
This
this
is
narration
fun.
and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Like I can
He
play
then praised the game for its
controller.
insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video
Plus, it'll be
game
easier on my
structure
hand.
and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah,
No.
then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that
Wait,
answer?
what?
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
I already did, though.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option.
Yes.
And now you've come to see what happens in this one.
Yes, I have.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Wait, what?
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever.
And never.
Cheers.
Thanks, I guess. He left me with the sign, though. Is he really just gonna wouldn't put it past him, but he's really just gonna leave me here. You know, that's fair. Props to you, man. Alright. We get again. Now move on.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Touch everything in this office as you watch. It's gotta be something.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
There
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I'm not keeping track, by the way. I'm just mashing. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Maybe use a different door. I had to mash 20 on.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Oh, it's this or isn't it?
Clicks.
1, 2, 6, 7. Just fucking mash it away.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost.
Okay.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Alright, where's door 417? 20 clicks into 417. There is no 417. 420... 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay. 437. Wait, what? Ah, right here.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Alright, 415. 415 is this way, right?
Now, back to door number 437.
Hey, he's really making me put in the work for leg day. 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine.
Copy machine, where is it?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
He's more enthusiastic about this than I am now. But dice fast.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419. Wait, what?
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I'll come back to that monitor later.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Jesus Christ, dude. It's just an achievement. I guess that is something to be proud of.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
What was I thinking? Okay. Let's sort of. I like work. I just hate my boss. Yeah. That's usually how it is. Be my Valentine. No. What's this? Oops. Hey, what's up with this? Input received. Oh, is there gonna be multiple Wait, hold on. Be multiple monitors that require inputs? Or maybe they'll be sprinkled around and I have to find them. Interesting. Alright. Let's keep moving on then. This is... I'm already having fun. We haven't gotten towards an actual ending yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Just stand here. Immobilized with inaction, unable to think of what choice I should take. Isn't there like another ending where it's just the narrator waiting on the player to do something, yet he never will, and they just wait forever? How come he doesn't do it in this one, even if you hold still like you do in that one ending? Interesting. Wait, what do you say? The door on my left or right? I can't remember. Try every door. Try every door. Why is it pitch white outside anyway, by the way?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer.
It looks
there.
like what? Don't tell 432 about the meeting. I feel like this does look like what my boss's thing is. No, seriously, we disabled it. You can't jump. Oh. Everyone just need you most of all. Yeah, I was about to say, I keep trying to jump, but it's no jump button. Or if I want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more cooler heaters. Tries to be find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Some child crap. Something an idea of his been. No more bins, trash cans, rename the idea bin. Firing of me, ideas bin. Drill the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Find yourself conflict with play like yourself, but more inclined to conflict is the kind of person you need to explain why would we hire? Why did we hire you? Makes people start to fight. Blah blah. What are your dreams for the future? Nature, success, lunch, travel, metamorphosis, clean skin, clear skin, spring break, hope, less air, pollution. Tips for not getting fired: talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion, recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it all ball up inside you, so you gotta pass aggressing other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. And psych. Just like sure employees that everything okay. So a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure calm and productive work environments. Okay, just leave it so. Just watch us play. Get Chris out of the broom closets. Ongoing. Hire someone to synergize papers to organize, synergize, fire paper guy, hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy who moved my desk. Please keep targets on the topic of sufficient. The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. This caters towards my... Plus, another thing about what issues I have is RIP friends. I have brain rot. YouTube Shorts give me brain rot. And what is... Or I might have ADHD that's undiagnosed that I need to get diagnosed. Because this is catering to my brain right now. It's reading all this stuff, even if it's just complete nonsense. It's just so much things to look at and read. It caters to my brain. Plus, I like lore. Lore's is fun. I like doing lore. Lore is good. Let's move on. The broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No. There's a wrench. Spool.
There was nothing here.
Duct
No
tape.
choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom
pliers.
closet. No reason to still
Stapler.
be here.
More pliers. A wrench. Duct tape. Screwdriver. Pliers. Duct tape. Skinner
It
screwdriver.
was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Broom.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA? What's FA? Sweet FA. I don't know what that is.
Are you really still in the broom
I
closet?
can't believe it.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because I want to, that's why. It's interesting, you know, look at all this stuff. Probably do some arts and crafts, mess
You
around.
do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
It's the fact that I already know that these options here, it still makes me laugh. I like that. It still makes me laugh knowing
Maybe to
that.
you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He
Hey!
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
No!
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and
Blackjack! Hookers! Blackjack! Very
well,
nervous
I've come
scene.
to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
I'm wearing a
The
headset.
person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area.
What if I'm playing with
Instruct
the
another human
sound?
to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
What if I'm wearing a
Alright,
headset no
when
one
you've
can
done
see?
that, just step out into the hallway.
Yeah, what if I'm wearing a headset and no one can hear you? Or I have the sound off? Like a psychopath? But I think he might have reached the end of the conclusion. I think he might have finally... Maybe. We'll give it a few more seconds. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, he's okay, I think he's done.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. Let's see what's down. Actually, you know what? Let's at least get him a ending. And then we'll worry about doing all the stuff that I normally would do by disobeying it. Let's do that at least. Let's be nice at least. I'm a considerate person, I would think. Ooh. To be rich, is it a crime? To make crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Extreme bathrobes. Bath guy testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of sitting ash on your porcelain faucets? Pipes, faucets. Can't flush the toilets. Insiders. It's amazing. It's a simple game with simple assets, but it still looks nice. Okay. I go that way? Or this way? What's this? Aw, business. Who's putting a gun to a panda's head? That's not very nice. I can take an elevator? Oh, there's so many choices. No, let's stay the course and stick to what we were supposed to do. And then we'll worry about exploring.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
How would I know about
But
that?
of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yeah. I have to look. Maybe I should try looking around for it first. Maybe I could find the hidden P code number and then type it in, because that seems like it's cheating.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, how am I supposed to know? Wouldn't that be breaking the narrative a bit? That's not very good storytelling, if you ask me. Like a character.
2845.
Yeah, because like a character who's excited to read sees their name on something. How can they know it's their name on it if they can't read? 2845. I gotta make sure I remember that.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
You're fed up. I love how he just gets fed up with your bullshit so much. Hello? Whoa, I'm going down. Load. Oh, there's a loading screen for that?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now?
Why am I feeling
When
this
for
now?
years, it had
And
never
never before.
occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
Why? That's interesting. Why am I now just getting...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility? Or escape? Nah, let's just stick to the course for right now. Whoa! What's this button? Ooh, it's a light. Let there be light.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's find out, shall we? I think I have the strength. Cameras.
Now the monitors jumped
Whoa.
to life, their true
Fired.
nature revealed.
Number
Each bore the
104 was
number of
fired.
an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
God, there's
The
so many
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
601 104 was fired. 601 was fired. Wow. Wait, hold on. I saw something else though. Hold on. 234 is also out of commission for some reason. Maybe I should take note of. Let's not delve into too much into it right now. It's the only one like that. Hold on. There's only 3 monitors like that. So 601. Let's start with 601. I don't know if I recognize that desk. Let's see. Then there's 104. Don't recognize that desk. It's like the same desk, but different. I don't know. And then 234. What's up with that one? It's the same one as that. Okay, so that's alright. It's fine. It's an elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh,
No. He
refuse
refused
it.
to believe it.
I couldn't
He
accept
couldn't
it.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
never.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Yeah.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Mind control
Controls
says
labeled
offline.
with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's see. Right, those numbers just don't do it. Mind control, idle, awaiting inputs. Let's power it.
And when at last he
off.
found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh wow, that's loud. Can't see anything. Let's get the happy ending first.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
What did I do?
Was it over?
Can't see.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was
Ironically,
mere
though, I
moments
didn't.
away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Yeah.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Yeah.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Apparently.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze.
It's an
upon
autopilot
his
mode
skin,
now.
The feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of
It's
the
taking
new
control from
path
me.
before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Very ironic, although. Talking about being free of control, yet it's in all of control of the narrator, though. The narrator has full control over everything. Isn't there an ending where I can just sit here and wait for more inputs? Just sit here and wait for a bit. Not touch anything. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Yeah. This game feels nice. Feels nice to play this game. Even if it is simple and I know a lot of things about it already, it's still fun. I'm still having fun. That's what matters to me. I don't care about anything else. Maybe I step in and then step back out. Forget it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, can I also, like, speedrun this?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, speedrun.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
Oh, I can't speedrun
hoping
it,
he
but hold on,
might
we'll see.
find an answer there. Oh, no. No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
No. No. Oh my god. Oh, it's too rich. I love this game so much. Alright, fine. Move. What is going on with my controller is acting up. What the hell? Oh, hold on. Turn controller on. I need to get better. I need to get a new controller or something, because this one's is extremely just. Come on. Why does it do this? Fine, I guess I'll have to keep it plugged in then. Annoying, but I'll just have to get another controller at some points. Let's see. There we go. Better be working. There we go, fine. Yeah, I need to get a new controller. So it's all worn out and whatnot.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Now, go downstairs. Yeah.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
No.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed...
Oh, wait.
everyone
Is
had
this one where it just... Yeah, it
his
just
boss
loops.
would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Yeah, maybe I'm
All
crazy.
of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he
Yeah, why
looked
can't I see my
down?
feet when I look down?
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting
Yeah,
to
they
look
were.
pretty
They are.
familiar.
What the hell?
Were they simply repeating?
It's the same mug every time.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
I'm dreaming?
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. and he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
Yeah.
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above.
Whoa.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared.
Wow.
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Yeah.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Yeah.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Yeah.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yeah, it's
And
just a
while he thought it
loop.
all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it
Wait a
be?
minute.
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if
It's gotta
he
be weird.
succeeds, he doesn't have to
It's
take
gotta be weird.
responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been.
What's going
in his
on?
life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was
1,
quite a
2,
shock to
3,
Stanley.
4.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Yeah.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back.
Uh-huh.
The
Well, if
fresh
you
air
assume
of
I
the
sleep on a
world
mattress
outside
with a
his
blanket on me.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
wake up.
I'm through with this.
This
dream.
is a dream.
I
It's
wish it
not
to be
real.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please.
That's
It's all
all
I
I want. Ooh.
I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Yeah.
My life is normal. I am normal.
Yeah, I am normal.
Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
I am okay.
I am okay. No, no, I'm still here. I'm still here. What? Did the game just crash? Are you serious? No, that can't be part of it. That's not part of it, is it? Wow, the game actually just crashed. Wow, okay. That's fine. We'll just play. We'll just start over. That means I'm gonna get the ending again. I think. I don't know. We'll just have to boot it back up again. I got 4 out of 11 cheese. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I have to get all the endings and whatnots, and that is one of them. It's fine. It's whatever. I have to do this again? Really? Oh wait, why am I doing doing it that way? It's fine. That's for almost an hour already. Oh, I went way too fast. Hold on. Hang on. Yes? Yes? Uh-huh. Okay. No problem. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I do care about this. Okay. So boot up game and say this screen. Next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just click to your favorite time. Everything what? Even if it's not the correct time, you earned it. Thanks. Interesting. Okay. Let's just start over. Oh, I wasn't expecting that, though, from the game. That's pretty cool.
This is the
Skip. Speed run!
all of his co-workers were
Yeah,
gone.
start again.
What could it mean?
Well, I got an
Stanley
achievement
decided to
without
go
meaning
the
to,
meeting
yeah.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Speed run.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Lost my track for... You know what? It's fine. Lost my progress for that. Maybe... it's fine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
Alright,
admitting
well...
he had left his post during work hours.
Well, this is happening. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll be right
And
back.
in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this
I
was
just remembered
in fact
that
a
the donut
dream.
shop is
Did the
closed.
voice not see him float and make the magical
It's fucking
stars just a
Sunday.
moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too, surely.
Yes.
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would
Oh,
prove
right back
that he
almost
was
where I
in
lost.
control,
Oh, left
that
side.
this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on
I
his
can
skin,
just barely
the press
see
of the mattress on his back,
where I'm going.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he said to himself.
No, I
I'm
refuse.
through with this
I'm
dream.
still
I wish
awake.
it would be over.
I'm not crazy.
Let me
I
go
can't
back to my
see.
job.
Yes.
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all
I guess I
want.
can munch on these crackers
I
that
want
I
my
have nearby.
apartment and my wife. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I am okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh.
Stanley began screaming.
Ah!
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
I'm
I
real.
must be real.
I'm
I must
real.
be. Can
I'm
anyone
real.
hear my voice?
Help me.
Who am I?
Someone.
Who am I? And everything went black.
Blah.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Huh?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Just dead.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Jeez, okay then.
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
Oh,
go
wait,
to the
hang on.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. So there's gonna be more modders for that.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Yeah.
doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Alright, so then up the stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And there we go. This way? Yes, to the elevator. We go up. Hey! Default elevator music. Hopefully this won't get me copyright stricken. Nah, I'm sure I'll be fine. I don't care either way. Is that the narrator? A long ass elevator. Huh? Hearing voices. Oh, I was supposed to push something. I'm supposed. Hold on. Go down. If we go down. And then if I... Okay, it's not gonna go take me over. Alright, that's fair.
Stepping into his manager's
2, 8,
office,
4, 5,
Stanley was
right?
once again stunned to discover not an
2,
indication of
8,
any human life.
4, 5.
Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yeah. No. Oh, I got so excited. I gotta keep running. Gotta speed run.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay. Elevator.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Alright, then we're gonna just move on.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And I'm gonna push the button to turn it on this time. Let there be lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's find out, shall we?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number
104,
of an
244,
employee in the
601.
building,
Same monitors as
Stanley's
before.
coworkers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Meant nothing. Nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Never.
His own life in someone else's control?
Right,
Never.
like right now.
It was unthinkable.
It was impossible
Wasn't
to
it?
comprehend.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yeah.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
It will all be
For
mine.
he would dismantle the controls once. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Yes, I
After
did.
they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yeah.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
Really?
You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave.
No.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
What?
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification,
Bullshit, it's just a
detonators
button
are
on there
set
with a
to
light
explode,
underneath it.
eliminating the entire complex.
Nuclear
How long
detonators.
until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
Oh god.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Alright.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Yeah, you
this
got
is
it.
much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so
wait,
little
hold on.
time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes
3,
off.
4,
But what
4.
precious moments each one of them is. More time to
3,
talk
where's
about
4?
you, about me, where we're going,
3.
what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right,
Where's the 4?
You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance.
There's no
of the
4.
story.
I can't.
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the
10
ground,
on there. Oh, I see.
swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing.
The red one.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what?
Purple
to hell
2.
with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock right now. These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
What?
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer
What if how
that
much this is
something
actually
in this
to
room
do
was
something?
capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control.
Whoa, no,
that's fine. But I'm going
Red.
to destroy it first, so you can't.
What?
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
Oh, shit. Wait, hold on.
Being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately?
That's where the 4 is.
Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
Whoa, no, I got one more thing to do. What? Oh, I got 10 seconds.
It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment we say happily ever up.
So brutal. Oh, okay. Well, I died.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley
there's
came
escape
to a
door to
set
the
of
restaurant.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wasn't there a door I was supposed to try?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Okay, that's
hoping he
fair.
might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
He knows the drill too by now. He's gonna save me some time as well. What's nice of him? Oh yeah, saltine crackers, but I guess I'm eating right now. Unsalted is superior in my opinion. I don't like them with salt.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Whoa.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Yeah, that's fine.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Getting
At this
closer?
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. Ah! Ugh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Yeah.
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye, I guess. Oh. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
Huh?
as Stanley was led
Oh, yeah.
helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Huh? Oh.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Oh yeah,
Not
it's like the
every
dev room.
path you can walk has been created for you long in advance. Death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Hey, there's the beginning. First game is film. Added altered road to home. This guy has mood observation. He's good. He's in a good time. Okay. He dies. Okay. The Office. Hey, look that show. Lol. Button sounds. Collection sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mixed keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Cool. Office computers. Credits. It's this way. Office. Office. Huh? This way. Go this way. Huh. Yeah, I think this is the dev area. Could also show me how many endings I've gotten out of everything there is to do, maybe? I don't know. Wait, that's right. Oh, copy. Photocopy machine. Warzone. Early development, we were designed an ending where sailing up on a battlefield on aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. Released after starting to build, that it was too far jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game, plus some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Cool. I don't remember this. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version sailing trail at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of videos that we made for an episode of the games. Oh, okay, cool. Mayor Reader emails. After the secretary release set out, we asked people to email their questions. We initially planned to use these further promotion materials. We never found the perfect use of them. Here are a selection of those emails. Mihail Tampio. Are you a rock? Can you tell me what the sim is of the number 1112 is? Well, the thing I want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? these actual real people with real versus on a scale of max reels became you born a singing voice, magnificent voice, or did you bargain with magician? Finally, much more with Stanley's last name. Well, congratulations, crashing in live or previous and reminiscing grinding ongoing promotion here is result attached file meet. Omnipotent voice called. I really like Sand Peril as much as like seeing a humorly small badger in swim trunks. I liked it as much as like walking the park, watching the sunset. Okay. Oh, scam. Yep, that makes sense. They're bound to get some. You're dead, strong, bad. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Okay, so yeah, they definitely were bound to get some spam emails, of course. What do the lights in the controller do? I really want to know. How many did they do, by the way, of these? Unless it's gonna loop. I am Anthony Elise, please for me. Reason for it, not spam cards. Yep. Hi, Mr. Narrative Guy. Much for you, sir. It is. What is your message for today? Amazing. I wonder if there's anything they actually could do. Skeleton side of you. There are more skeletons in the world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. Yeah, this just seems like the meme stuff that people would do. So, am I Stanley? Are you spawning me? I donate. Why? How? Subject question. Will the game feature capybaras? Of course. Subject. Dear, how do you stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. Subject from gay. Are you gay? Yep, that's the internet for you. This is actually entertaining. Suggesting your name works. You're an area. Appreciate Steve Stanley Games working on art. Cat, what do you? Oh my god, Cat, will you calm the fuck down? Jesus Christ. Well, Salem Infinite Quest. How many endings? Salem Pro is going to let me go shopping. I hope it'll have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JR RPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between a duck? I wonder if any of these people got ever replies. Probably not. How's the game going? I hope it's good or better than the first one. Oh, it's from a cool man. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Yeah, are you a rock? Awesome. Lounge. What? Oh. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Finish version choice lane shooter. Each ending. If things pick up the phone, not picking up the phone will lead to a different. Okay, cool. Choice to staying on or jumping to different. However, okay. One first choice, bay, display lounge. Wait a minute, lounge. 2 doors, okay. Oh, okay. Well, man, first choose to get right. This players will fail them so many times because remember time, but only the simplest version of one out. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Better answers to be hidden depending on. Okay. Zenning model. Streams fourth version ending, and we thought it was complete. Please decide to ban and change it again shortly before launch. Sending letters. Excuse letters only for sending where people ever in their route to This early version of Zen ending known as Zending, which is actually cut and merged with another part. Oh, I see. Okay. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the story of the game. Its first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms of voice and narrator performing fears that he is preparing a new version. Oh, okay. Cool. I can always just watch it myself later. Let me go back this way. Oh, wait. Game's now paused. Begin the game, resume the game. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player started from the skip menu. Unfortunately, players realized that this was what they were supposed to, which was very few players realized. Okay, it's supposed to be. Okay. Now the cat's getting in my lap. This way? Yeah. So go this way. Go this way.
But of course, you being you, you're probably just going to make this.
Okay, we'll wait to go. Oh, let's go there. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? The orange lever.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Let's go this way. Freedom Ending. This is the very first creation of Freedom Ending. It's in the game's alpha. Cool. Countdown disc. Just really trying to count down. Okay. So, I think Freedom Ending as exhibit beta. Okay. Monitor room. Can go up or down. Freedom above and count down below. And this when players find you able to remember what was up and what was down, and place 2 endings together. Okay. Ah, is that way? Okay. Oh, there's the exits. We're almost done exploring this place. Game design mock. This level that Willem, the level designer, sent Davey, the Raider, as kind of an addition piece. Strengths of this level got Willem hired to design the full game, though much of the environment has changed. The basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Cool. Oh wow, the atmosphere. The only steps from left to right, the only office. Over time, the first screen. Fine. 2011. 2012. 2013. 427, 427. Consistent from all the games. Ah, okay. Now we go this way. Yeah, this way for the exit. Alright. Cool.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh, what?
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
He's talking about the player / Stanley and the narrator, I think. At least that's what I think, anyway. When does it
All of his co-workers were
Can I
gone.
cross this threshold?
What could
Alright.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
room I was supposed to check, but I can't remember now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna stand here and drink it all in.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? I can't read cursive, and that's a bit too tiny for me to read.
At
while
this
it's in
point,
cursive.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Yeah, screw you too, buddy.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I think it's the end of the dialogue. Alright.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Where would this take me? Oh, I see. No. I want to go this way then. Down we go. Oh.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
No.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Yeah.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
You sure about that?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Okay.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Love the guy's such an amazing narrator. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Oh.
Okay. We just had to
Yeah,
get
104,
back to...
2,
who
3,
am I
4.
kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
So 1.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
What?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Uh-huh.
When
Wait, what?
Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I
What?
definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Nothing changed.
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you?
Yeah, you're the
I'm
one who wrote
the
this.
story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Yeah.
I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Are you one of these?
Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come,
Oh.
Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh, which way do I go? This way? Alright. Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. It's not very nice. How many different branching paths are there for this? Hold on. Is that? Is this? Is that way? Then there's this way. Let's go this way.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I was still exploring. I was doing it systematically.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Okay, yep,
It's
worse.
worse.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed
Yeah,
anything?
good idea. I think we're working together now. That's really nice. Anything? I won't even open the doors.
Aha! I knew
Oh.
we'd missed something. The story.
Wait.
Here it comes.
It's just a looping
No,
hall.
wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Huh?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
No.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yes?
Do you remember, Stanley?
How
Do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
I don't feel like a
I know
winner.
You put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no.
No.
No, I don't feel
That doesn't
right
feel
about
right
this
at
at
all.
all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
I mean,
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those
I
situations.
got here. Doesn't that mean something?
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
No, don't.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I wonder what would happen if I went out the window now. How much I can break the sequence for me. Wait. I don't remember telling me to go this way. Just get to go through here now.
You see? The line knows where
Oh,
the
they got the
story
line
is.
trademarked.
It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey
What?
such that a destination is
Oh.
inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay.
Oh,
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
What?
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
I don't think this line
You
thing
know
knows
what?
where it's going.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh my god, I remember this thing. Da, 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 da. Following the line adventure song. So over the top.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
How?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What's so special about the fern? I don't think I've seen any others like it in this office place, but it's just a fern. Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
What?
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Where are we supposed to?
Oh, no,
Just let us back here
not
again.
again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after
2,
we
3,
trusted
4.
you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Yeah.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Where? Oh. Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
We're
Go
just going in
on.
a circle.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Cowboy adventure.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Why is it? Oh, it even trademarks itself in any conversation. It's like a sentient entity of its own now. It's kind of creepy.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
What if I want to go left? Nah.
Oh,
Confusion.
hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
One time Stanley dies.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Yeah.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer
What?
Stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
Yeah.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Yeah.
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime... if
What? What?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit.
What?
Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
He's talking difference. Did the narrator change? New content. What?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Yeah, what does that mean? Is this what they meant by new content for the game?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
What?
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, they got the... So they really do have the same architecture for it. That's so cool.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Am I supposed to...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh,
there we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Like how he's excited for it. Like I should be. It's pretty cool. It's so funny.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable
He's being so
Ultra Deluxe,
critical.
mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Okay. The jump circle.
All right. Let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump. I can jump. Yeah. Oh, so I can't jump when I'm outside of it. Okay. Okay. What now? I can't. I can't jump anymore. That's lame. That's it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Okay, let's move on. Maybe there's something more for us to see. What? That can't be it. Another elevator.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Yeah.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Down there. Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
No.
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base
Oh my God.
rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy
This is
dollar.
so fucking
and don't get
meta.
me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, I can hide on this. Wait, what? Uh-oh. It's different. Narrator, what did you do? Narrator?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Don't trust that. Fine, let's go. Wait, what? Yeah, this is okay. This is definitely new because I never saw this.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
What?
Just our little secret. Take a look.
What's this?
I call it the Memory Zone.
Memory
It's
Zone.
where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
This is actually quite nice.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
He's got a point. It's not as meta as this is quite. It's quite accurate to games nowadays. I feel like. I don't know. I'm not one to talk about it, but there's definitely some games that just don't make the mark like some old ones did. Are these real? This would be pretty cool if these were. This is from Scandal to New Crisis. 50% designer hats, but a small creature owns the other. Oh. So you attack to change strategy. I shouldn't even ever shoot before. Hey, there's the crazy ending.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Knowing your city. One. I bet that's the. Oh, that's me. Oh, cool. It looks like them designing the game or whatnot. Oh yeah.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Always been someone who wants to speed reading this. I don't find my. Yeah. How am I supposed to? Oh, I see. Wait, it's gotta be able to get up there if they open the doors. Unless they're already open, I just didn't notice. Nah, okay.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no.
Oh,
Stanley, it's a collection
no.
of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Probably for good reason.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh no.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Wow, this place is huge.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games,
Oh no,
this
he's letting him
preachiness gets
get to
annoying
him.
fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did.
No, he's letting the
Maybe
games.
it wasn't.
No, he's.
Yeah. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Yeah. That's the thing for some game devs, is that there's always gonna be those trolls or just some people who just don't like it no matter what. You can't please everyone. But if you try to please everybody, you'll please no one. And some people beat themselves up over it because of that. Like right now. It's not. You really can't let this stuff get to you.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip
Ouch.
button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd
Oh,
do
no.
anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
And now he's letting the influence of those who shouldn't be influencing him negatively impact the overall health of the game.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
I'm not
It's
going
what
to.
the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue.
What's
And it
interminable
goes
monologue?
something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
Oh,
But the
this is
logic of
nonsense
elimination
now.
working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before
I
lunchtime.
get it now.
Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say...
These are all just like throwaway lines,
the
I think.
story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until
Oh,
the end of
it's just
time,
loops.
at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Alright, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Okay.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made,
What?
in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
What?
You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by
Okay.
virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it
That's-
has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition.
I get what he's doing here, but I'm not gonna
Ambitious
push the
history, if you
button.
will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's
That's a
rescued me
terrible
from disaster
strategy.
in countless situations.
Waste so much
All right,
time.
here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
How long does he do this for?
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise.
It's just the exact same clip played
manifesto,
over and over. I can't hear a
treatise,
difference in it.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
Alright.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this,
Oh my
and whether
God.
they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely.
I don't know if
Or
you can
perhaps
edit reviews.
they'll
I've never
simply
done it
grant
before
this
either.
particular user the ability to change their review.
Usually don't
so
put
that the
reviews
feature
anyway.
is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
What? Why did you just stop? Hello? It's nothing for you to push the button now.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
What?
It's not
Door's
unendurable
gone.
by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Yeah.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yes?
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the
Yeah,
room?
there's no
in the
way out
first
now.
place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
Probably get
I'll
out through
take
that vent if we
anything.
dismantled
All I
it.
want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go
There's vents here.
anywhere other than the
Ladder.
skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
I don't
Please,
know.
I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
trying here.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Wait. Don't leave me.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button.
Okay.
Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. 6. I'll give him 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Entertain myself for 5 minutes, can I? Come on, man. This is definitely part of new content, because I definitely don't remember any of this. This is pretty cool. It's just, this is really fascinating. In some of the parts that I have already seen, even though I've already seen them happen, even if it was years ago, getting to experience it for myself, it's still different. It still feels different. It's still fun and exciting and whatnot. And I can't wait. I can't wait for 5 minutes. I don't know how long they expect the player to wait, but I just want to watch this clock go all the way around and then see if the hands move at all. If not, then we're probably just gonna leave. It's like just a minute, just 1 minute. 1 minute's fine. Yeah, I can wait for 1 minute. I don't know how I can entertain myself for 5 minutes, and I Maybe if I was recording, I'd edit this, but no, I'm not going to, so we'll just... No. Okay, we're done. He said I'll push button. There's nothing else to do. There's nowhere else. I can't get out. There's no... I can't do anything. Well, maybe if I click on all the walls. Hold on. Right? Oh, wait. Get up on this... I can get up on this paint bucket. And then I can... get up on this fence and no, nothing. Just keep clicking this. Okay, chair. Maybe there's a way for me to get out and you just couldn't find it. Can I climb this ladder at all? No. Can I get under it? No. Gotta be something here. I know I'm supposed to push the button when I was supposed to. Alright.
Stanley!
What?
Stanley, please don't push the button again.
12
It's been 12
hours?
hours! You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
You couldn't find a door.
Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
How do we get
There's
out?
no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything
the
else,
time did
I
move.
don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe...
But did you
I
make
have
it come
to
out of the
know
water
that sooner
yourself?
or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you?
I don't want to.
I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Yeah, see?
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
exactly what I was
couldn't
talking
ignore
about.
the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem?
It wasn't a problem in the first
Cookie Nine's
place.
opinion matter so much to me? I've
Yeah.
never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
Exactly.
What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment.
Yeah.
What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all
Yeah,
from happening, if only
How does he
I'd
know the
held
time
my
goes by?
tongue.
But how much? I mean, I guess he watches
It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer.
Oh,
to leave
I don't
me
want
all
to,
alone.
though.
Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company,
No.
for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
What?
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the
He just
negative
looped in on himself
feedback.
with the loop.
Why
Thanks.
was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me?
done.
I've never even met Cookie Nine. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh,
You're
wow.
back. Oh,
Well,
my
the
goodness.
tree's dead.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
A week?
Or 2 weeks. I've been
What was
sitting
that?
here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even
One of the
close.
lights working now.
Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now,
Yeah.
Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real.
Of course you're
Maybe
real.
I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
That's a
I can't
terrifying
be taken
prospect,
by it,
honestly.
Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
Yeah.
I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized.
Yeah.
The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me.
Yeah.
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What
But
a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it.
there's nothing else for
think
me
of
to do.
returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've
It's
had
dead.
so much time. I stopped keeping
Buck
track.
ran out of
after a
batteries.
year.
What?
Have you ever sat down
A
in one
year?
place and not
It's been over a
moved for
year?
one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Sorry. Can't imagine being stuck for however how long it is in this one room. Nothing to do, no one or anything to talk to or anything. So just watch someone eventually come unfrozen. Just to push the button again. But it's not working. It's still flashing though. Somehow slowly. Narrator? Narrator? You still here? Hello? Narrator? It's different. Feels different. See, I know he's not here now. He's either gone, silent, or he left. What's that thing? Oh, so batteries in it. Okay. Clock fell. Generators vents up working finally. Yeah, he's really gone. Still get up on this though, but he's not here anymore.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review.
Narrator?
So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. course. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, can belong neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison, perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
Wow, that's... A lot of that is just... Wow, I wasn't expecting to get so philosophical and deep there.
It wasn't enough. They had to leave.
Still working. He's gone again. What compelled him to just start talking there and then? Maybe he just has those fits every now and then. We're just never there for them. That's one rare time that we caught him in the middle of it. Feel sorry for him. Can't imagine. I mean, this is what you're left with now. When will it even end?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
loading screen text.
Is never the end, 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 is
Pipes are
never
leaking
the
now.
end, is never the 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 end, is
Wait, is the
never
room
the
flooding?
end, is never the 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 end, is never the
He's going completely mad. Oh, it's really starting to leak now. Wait, will this room just flood? Whoa. Hello? Narrator? Still no way for me to get out, though. Hello? Anybody? Oh. The lights. I can see lights. It's so close. It's so far away. Hello? Anybody? Narrator? Whoa. Wow. Wait a minute. The ferns. He mentioned the ferns. They'd be important. I remember this. We mentioned that the ferns would be important later in the game. Maybe there's something I can do with this. Like seeing out a portal. stray. Yes. It's nice. I can do that if I keep going forward. What? What happened? What's that? Plants died. What's going on out there? I want to know. What is going on? I don't like those noises, though. What is that? Why is it scary now? Narrator? What's going on out there now? Actually, why is it scary now? Is it gonna get worse if I push the button? Wait, the room's... What happens? Free? But at what cost? Can't push it anymore. What? There's just papers everywhere now.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Narrator? What's going on? New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. What now? Do you even remember what happened from last time?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how
Wait, what was that
roundly
door saying?
disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
What?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
And
Yes,
never
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An
That'd be pretty
entirely
cool.
new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
It would be nice to get a sequel. cover a different topic.
Calling
Just
it the
narration.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
View content out. In part 2. Cool rules section. Old. It's busted. Oh, that's the door. Okay, new. Okay, I see. Oh, hey, it's the ferns again, like you mentioned. Oh, wow. Okay, it's cool. Another thing about this is, even though I'm playing this right now, and I'm getting my own experience out of it, I'm going to watch Markiplier play this deluxe version again as well. Because, yes, I've just played it for myself, and I've seen him play the original. I still like watching him play things. And plus, it's still interesting and fascinating to get other people's experiences on these kind of things, even regardless of that fact.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Stanley Parable is the prequel to Stanley Parable 2. It's the sequel to Stanley Parable. It's the prequel. Oh, I see. Wait. Stanley Parable is the prequel to Stanley Parable 2. Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to Stanley Parable. Oh, I see. You were really went all out for this. What's that? Okay, food and drinks.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's just reassurance buttons. Button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Name? No way. Epilogue. Oh, wow. Okay, that poster, unironically, is actually pretty dope right there. Let's get the free achievement. Hold on, let's get the free achievement. Oh, but there's so much. Okay, there's so much to do and see. Oh, the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece.
Are you serious? Okay, fine. God, there's so much. Okay, this is actually pretty cool because there's so much to do and see. Unironically, hold on. Let's go back down. Let's try and systematically clear this place out, if possible. Let's go to the button that will tell me my name in game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Sorry, cat. I gotta stretch my legs. Ugh. What?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the
Oh.
button only says the name Jim.
Really?
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I wanna be Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Well, there's nowhere else for me to go anyway, so.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time.
It's actually the
If
third
this were
time,
the
but
only
okay.
new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
No, it wouldn't.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon
No!
you'll start to
No!
lose all sense of who you actually are.
No! Bastard. Well, at least I can... Jim! Stay on the water, man!
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That's terrible. Please, no screenshots. What happens if I actually take a screenshot right now?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I don't have a stepniece, nor would I know if it's her 12th birthday. But this one's so bland, but it's like, it's good for anyone, I guess.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
Okay, then. Well, the balloons here got trapped. Whatever then. Fine, be that way.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
He's starting to second guess himself on these new features and additions he's adding. Let's go to this buckets. The reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem.
It's not, there's no buckets.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Oh.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, I actually get to carry it.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
I have a bucket
can
now.
I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley
I have to put it back.
2.
Okay, cool. I just get to carry this around now. Cool.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Wait, where's the infinite hole? Oh, we'll get there. Okay, there's the exit too, by the way, but we'll go there later. This map for achievements. What? This is the name of their merch. Settings world champion. Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. Let's go to the easiest achievement ever.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Come on, give it to me.
Give it to me! Give it to me!
Ugh. Fine, be that way, I guess.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Yeah, let's see what else is there to see. Uh-huh.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
This isn't gonna make me be able to come back, it says. Wow. Kind of terrifying. Maybe I can come back to that later? Yeah, let's come back to, yeah, let's come back to that later. I don't want to go down that just yet. It seems kind of... Yeah, I don't have to. I think there's something else I can do. Hold on. This way. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell
actually
on
kind of
with your
terrifying.
unremarkable life.
There's 6 of them? Okay, apparently there's 6 of them. Alright.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I think there's more of them hidden around here somewhere. That's the exit, but we're not gonna go there just yet. I wonder if that means more of those things will spawn. Hold on. I haven't seen any of your statues. Let's check the merch shop. Hold on. No, alright. Right, there's still this way to go. Yeah, this way, up here. This way.
An epilogue would be fun.
Oh, I
wouldn't
almost
it,
missed this
Stanley?
too, right?
Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta go this way. Yeah, this way. We still have the Settings World Champion. Hold on, let's see. Maybe I can. Simplify. That's already simplified. Notice it is. Wow. Well, let me in. Alright then, fine, whatever. Right, we're gonna go to the infinite hole, and then we go down to the exit, right? Alright. What's this? Wait. The holy mole. Okay, that's right. I thought it was a diggy hole or something like that. Let's go. Geronimo!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Wonder if I fall for long enough.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Why?
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? Also, the dot's getting a lot smaller.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
I can still see the light.
Infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
I can still see the light up at top.
For you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
People a bunch of dumb cigarettes down here. Mug that somehow didn't shatter. Some papers.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
That was all. I've seen everything though, haven't I? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else yet. Yeah, I think I've seen everything there is to see. Jump circle, this map, for achievement. Button that says nameplate, yeah, merch, generations, epilogue, collectibles. Yeah, oh yeah, okay, let's just exit now.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single
take a seat?
coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
That's it?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
just...
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
This is even worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wait, what? This is actually pretty cool. Okay, yeah, this is actually pretty dope. I like this. What was I supposed to? Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is the title sequence different?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building
there's those
where
balloons.
He was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
The Stanley
Something
Parable
that
2.
would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, he's back to normal now, I think.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, hey, it's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh, I can take an input on this thing now. Spoons everywhere now, though.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
You say something else if I stay here with the bucket? Mind you, I also can't put down this bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yes, this is super exciting to be here with this bucket right now, like I am.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Now all the dialogue's gonna pertain around the buckets. This is the bucket parable.
Stanley decided
Parable,
to
bucket
just
parable
give the
2
bucket
now.
absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yes, and I'm never gonna leave now, ever. Okay, yeah.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Now. Wait, oh, I see. Right, okay, no, we're going this way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride
Oh.
the lift all the way to the
Oh, I
top.
can't.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Not very dark. Oh, this room. This is the room he's talking about, the dark one. Whoa.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Okay, then. I'm playing. Hello? Bucket, I'm home. Bucket? 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 Bucket, where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
You're wrong. Bucket is love. Let's listen to the laugh, man. Oh my god.
You see, he's not listening.
This is actually
He's
quite
still
disturbing and
taking
sad.
orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Destroy anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Believe me, I'm real. Don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of
I
transporting.
like the way the light moves off
like
the
it would be
vents.
better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
So leave the same day over with me over and over.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. The
What?
bucket. No, 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 no.
Oh my god,
Why
this is
do I
super
want to
what?
be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do
What is
anything
this
it
bucket?
asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
What the
Perhaps-
fuck is this
perhaps if I
bucket?
had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
What is this bucket? What is?
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No,
Give it to me.
it's
Give me
mine.
the bucket, Stanley.
It's mine.
Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll.
Okay, bucket. Whatever you say. It's so disturbing.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it
The
through
bucket's
them all.
gone now, though. Oh, there it is. Let's ignore the... take it with me again.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Yes, it's my bucket. My.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket
Hold
turned
on.
out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the
What if I do
meeting
this?
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Ah!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Okay, enough of the bucket. Is this gonna compared of anything. Okay, I see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
You know,
Stanley
speed run.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Speed run.
When Stanley came to a set
Screw
of two
you.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No, we're just running on by.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very
Yeah.
powerful.
I'm so powerful. You can't tell me what to fucking do. Oh, whoa. It's different now.
When Stanley came to a set of two...
Oh,
doors,
it's
he
speeding
entered
me
the
along
door
to
on
the
his
choices
left.
that I want to make. Alright.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
That's nice, I
knew it
guess.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way
Huh?
he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, deeply, madly love.
Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yes.
Really worth it.
It's so fucking worth, like, oh my god, I don't know if I can imagine not looking at these chairs and paintings. Like, it's so exhilarating.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his
I-
but
I-
at last he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Fuck
I
you.
was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Just fucking yeet myself off the platform to get away from the conversation.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked
Ooh.
through the red door. You found one of them. One of the
Okay, so there are
Stanley
more of these things
figurines.
hidden around.
Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Can't
You
fool me.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. Red door. You said red door. I'm gonna go with the blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah.
You see? There's nothing here.
Whoa.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Then why have in the
Broken
first
rooms,
place?
Exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Skill trees would be
Work
fun.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option.
Ooh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from?
There's gonna be so
How
many
did
different
I
choices
know
for me to
the
make.
game needed a third door. Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
You so
You can't teach that, Stanley.
don't even try.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
What? Stanley Parable Worldwide Board Leaderboard. Was tempted? And he's huge. Wow, that is. Is this all? Are these actually? Yeah, 21 screen chickens. Only the first 3% of players choose the blue door. 90% more for Stanley. How long does it take you to get to the right door to your Stanley Parable career? Wow. Okay, so it's just insult me. Friends list empty. Wow, okay. Nice. Gee, thanks. Third door again.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest
No, that
answers,
was
please.
terrible. Wait, yes, it is actually.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh,
In
it's this
game,
one.
The baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right.
Okay.
And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
4
So why don't
hours?
you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Wow. This is obnoxious. Yeah, I think I'll do this one on my own time. Thank you very much.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite
That's
me?
terrible.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
What?
It's over. Thank you for playing.
What?
Your input was extremely valuable.
You can't leave me here.
Hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Oh, yeah.
Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
Oh, is this the one where it takes us to Minecraft?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, it's this game.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game
I
is
recognize.
about?
I know this one, and
What's
one that
our
Markiplier also
backstory?
played.
What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up
don't think
high
that's
in your
the-
creep
no.
tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating
But I
venture
recognize
into
this
the
game.
experience of total mental depravity.
Firewatch.
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh no. No, 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 it can't be.
Wow. Look how open.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What? No.
Thank goodness, Stanley.
That's
what
the
a
whole
close
appeal
call.
of it.
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can
That's
just
the
go
best
in any...
part of it. What are you talking about?
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Remember the spell.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Uh-huh. Like what?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice...
Quick note. This is a game that I've played before. I have my Steam library. It's one of the very first games that my brother got for me when he gave me this computer. Way back when it was way weaker, but I never actually played it because I was never interested in it. But I still appreciate it nonetheless. But yeah, I have it in my game library, but I've never touched it because it seems a little too advanced for me.
big box for you to run around in. There isn't
Plus, I'd rather have friends to play with.
any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Okay. Switch it to orange. I like orange more. Huh. Ooh, I'm boosting faster now. Nice.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Hold on. What are you doing?
Wait, what? Oh, I didn't mean to.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You
Wait.
can't.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hello? Oh god, I really fall. I'm really lost now. I fell somewhere I shouldn't have by accident. I didn't mean to skip his dialogue or anything like that. Fuck. Hello? Narrator? Also, my cat's freaking out from my foot underneath my blankets right now. I have a blanket wrapped over me. He's all jumpy about it. Oh, wait! And if I go this way, it'll take me back to... Yes, it will. Narrator? Hello? None of these do anything. Can't communicate with them back. Okay, just go back down, I guess. Wait, what?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
What?
This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Wait, what? I'm not bleeding.
But eager to get back to business,
Weird.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Now.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten
No.
about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh,
Fuck is this?
Beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Uh-huh. Lots of colors, lots of moving lights. That's it?
No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh no.
no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
It's this ending. This one's
Please,
very...
no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Ugh.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
It's actually kind of hard. I'm not a big fan of suicide. It's something I've struggled with myself in real life. And it's really dark.
No! Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
So
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
it's so depressed and sad. I mean, I know it's a game that's supposed to be satirical and funny, but it's like you're to look at this individual moment of the game. It's just like, wow, it's really dark.
maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
So sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's the buckets, but we'll leave it behind. Wait, something feels off. I don't remember there being that many.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room.
Okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. I'm gonna find more of the collectibles. That's right.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
Oh, it's
incredible
actually-
he wasn't fired years ago.
Do this thing. Follow
Look,
it.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
How much
This
extra
is it,
dialogue there is
Stanley.
for the buckets?
Your
I'm starting to
chance
think.
to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly?
What?
I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Choose whatever choice I want.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner?
Huh?
You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Hey!
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
No.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
Uh-huh.
For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. he could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Yeah?
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
What?
Which choice would you make?
Who the fuck would do
Remember
that?
unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real.
What?
Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Axe, sack, and crack?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis
fuck?
is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Pretty sure that's
Do
8
you
glasses
have
of
more
water
than
per
8?
day, which I'm
Less?
thirsty. I need water.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of
Actually, I need to get drink water right now. I'm still thirsty. I'll be right back. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Ugh.
space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
What?
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Alright. I don't like how you put fencing up on it this time. So I
Now
can't
that we
just
know
jump
your
off.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, this is... To the lounge! Away!
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
What if I don't want to?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah!
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh god, the thing's getting all... wibbly wobbly. Uh-oh.
Oh, It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No.
I have to.
No.
I have to.
No! No! Don't! No! Oh! Oh! What's going on? Where am I? What's happening?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You.
What?
Who thought you were so clever.
Well,
now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
You did this!
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
This isn't me.
What,
I didn't...
Did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
No,
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
Yes, but
He
I...
actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would.
Wait, what?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Oh.
hurry back.
Wait, what?
Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Alright,
That
fine,
means
fine,
choosing
fine.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine, fine, fine. I'll go left first.
Yet there was not a single person here
Wait.
either.
Oh, wait, no, that's
Feeling
supposed
a
to be
wave
that.
of disbelief,
I think.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Aw, it's locked.
Coming to a staircase,
Oh.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's not giving me any options. Oh, I can't even go in the bathroom now. I'll go over here. Can't go that way either.
Stepping inside his manager's
Wait,
office,
it's different.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
Ah.
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
I can't talk.
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115? Nightshark 115. How am I supposed to... Is there a key I push for the microphone?
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Nightshark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115. Do I need to press a microphone button?
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it.
But-
But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors...
Oh, it's this
he opened the
ending.
door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Yeah, you just...
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
So,
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
I don't know if this is true. I only saw some... I don't remember where I saw this, but...
To make a decision.
Like, it was
You
a
cannot
comment
exist
or a
without
Reddit
you.
post,
You
but...
understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine.
This is
We're
the
both correct. You cannot
canonical
be wrong.
true
We can
ending
work
to the
together.
game.
I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need
At least
you
that's
to
what
take
most...
that
I
step
think I
forward,
remember hear someone
please.
saying.
Choose. Do
And if so,
something. Anything.
this is the
This is more
saddest
important
ending
than
to
you
any
can
video
know.
game I have ever known.
I need this. The story needs
Where
it.
he's just... The narrator is just
So, you
stuck
hear me?
narrating,
Are you there? You listening to this?
Yeah.
Stanley, are you there?
unable to do anything.
Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry,
all right.
sorry, Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Sit here forever. A player who can't act.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Okay. What if I... Maybe if I go outside when he says that. Maybe there's one of those statues out there.
At first, Stanley assumed
Oh,
he'd broken
okay.
the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design.
It's just gonna be nothing here. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Still, a few more things
Perhaps
I
he
need to
wanted
do
stop
that I
by
haven't
the
done
employee
yet.
lounge first,
I think.
just to admire it. It was okay.
Just okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else
Notice that over
is
there.
difficult,
Hold on, what?
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
How am I supposed to get over there to
There's
that?
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not
Alright,
asking for
alright,
me,
alright.
I'm asking for her.
I will do this
It,
first.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No. Fine.
that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Wow.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
It's awfully mean of him.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Yeah, and you wonder why I've broken your story several times. Wow, okay.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands
Ooh.
nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Going mad.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
trademarks.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm not pushing it. How long do I have to sit here for him to realize I'm not going to push it for him? 5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue. Okay, fine.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. maybe this time. And I tried again.
Whoa.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, that's so dark.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Nah. I think I've seen everything now. All the endings, at least.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Alright, Bucket, come with me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Let's see. Maybe see if I can't find more of those statues.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying.
Oh.
everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new.
No.
Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
It's me and my buckets. Bucket is Is bucket is life, or it's just buckets. It's just buckets. It's just buckets.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I'm not happy.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. My buckets. I like the line. Oh, it's like, it's an intervention. That's what it is. It's an intervention.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Whoa.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No. Let me out. It's my bucket. You can't make me. I don't want to. No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
No!
What other object in this game can you even say that?
No!
The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable dance
No!
like the Adventure
No!
Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now! The fans are waiting. Drag the fans.
Never!
Give the fans what they want.
Never!
It's my bucket, and you can't make me give it up.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
It's my bucket. Mine.
Mine. Mine.
Huh? Where's that? Hello?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. Should I be worried? Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Buckets.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Mine. My buckets. All
Stanley
mine.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes, left. Alright. You and me, buckets. What? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. Small floating objects appeared across the office. We have to synergize the research to ensure the retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo for management. Didn't have you. Can you spot one? What makes them float in the air? What? Who took these pictures of them? Oh, please, I might believe 416. We can do it. Big leads are hard to find. Thank you. Good luck. And I'll do my best. Gonna loop around itself? Yeah, okay. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel point with CBH. Stuff. What we know, what we forgot, what we don't know yet. Let's see. Love, what do they want? Should we make them in? Am I floating? Source of levitation? Human being concerned, imagine to pick up sounds unusual to a regular office maintenance. A local 416. So room 416. All right. Microphones. Also known as mic and microphone picks up sound from the area. Now squaring lobby is apparently source strange noises. That shows that all liquids coming from a dark air behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like birds off a percolating surface. Like, wouldn't you like to know? Trust the completionist instinct. We need more planks. Oh, so warehouse access plan. Reduce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Reduce construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floors. Construct new structurally sound bridge. There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. Is this from the narrator? He's talking to them? 5 there be. Just take it from me. Side of a sequel. Oh, okay. Somewhere behind both red and blue. Stairs. Something new stairs. A large room. Lots of boxes. Near a fireplace. Private but smelly place for an important person. Oh, so that's how. Okay. Those are clues to where I can find them.
Oh, Stanley. Can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Preposterous.
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
No.
Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
How?
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
Ugh.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
How fucking dare you think I would ever give up my bucket to some filthy, stupid, dirty, rank-ass...
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet.
Yeah.
All the meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah, piss off. I'm out of here. It's my bucket.
All right, coming to a staircase,
What?
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No. We got another sticker. Oh, you put another sticker on it because I accidentally... Hey!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I can't read that. It's too tiny. Don't want to go that way, I think. Let's go this way. Back upstairs. Ah, the bathroom. Aha!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
I think
What
they came
name
to use
better
Figlies on that
encapsulates
board.
the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. Moving on. Seems different. Ding dong. Going down. Right, it's just gonna keep doing that. Alright, it's fair. Ding dong.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
Yeah.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Yes, I'm too busy with my bucket to know that I'm supposed to see the number pad and type in 2845.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
All right.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Aha!
You're getting close now.
I know where the
Stanley.
last one is,
You've
too.
nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
You and me, Bucket, together forever.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yes. Everything.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You're really going all in on the bucket dialogue, I swear. It's amazing. I love it.
The monitors jumped to life.
104,
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
234,
Everyone in the office was being
and 601.
videotaped, monitored
Yeah,
like
234, that's the number I need to remember.
Bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yes, everything would be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
The bucket is everything now.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept his own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Just me and my bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Where's number 4?
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh, wait, no, it's up there. That's right. Hold on. All right.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was there.
No.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn
Yes!
on the controls.
The bucket!
Stanley gasped in horror.
No.
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Yes.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Wait, what?
Birds. Silly.
What?
Birds. The control buttons became active again.
Those are seagulls? Flamingos!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility
What?
at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls
Jeez,
were
pretty
only
cool.
a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Yes.
And Stanley was happy.
Silly bird ending.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No. The last one.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
So where does this take me? Whoa! Wait. Where's this place? Hello? What?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
What?
The longer I study this bucket,
What?
the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
They really went in with this bucket.
I
It's
can monetize it.
seriously.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Jesus Christ.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Who's there?
Who's there? Gamborata.
Gamborata. The fuck is... What is going on? What just happened? So what's gonna happen if I go there without the buckets? Wait, what?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to
What?
put a pause on things. It's those figurines.
Oh.
Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
The memory
I
zone.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
But I don't have the bucket anymore. Hey, the thing's missing. Ah.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yes. 7 out of 6. More. More.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around by the red and blue doors. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Hopefully it's the same path.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Yeah, this one. So then I went up to the boss's bathroom and I got that one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing
Rules of
anything.
3.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
We never went to a pink room. The fuck are you talking about?
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
What? Oh my god. This is so fucking 2007's editing, old, like, Microsoft or Windows editing. Oh my god, this is... Wow. Oh my god, this This is nostalgic for all the wrong reasons. The way it's editing, it's like, wow. Oh my god.
Takes you
Jesus
back, doesn't
Christ.
it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
It took you 8 minutes? That's actually quite impressive. Oh, it's probably taken me several hours. Oh yeah, here.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Can I go forward now? Yeah, I can.
And then
What?
there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Water. Oh, never mind, no water. So is that it? We're good now?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay
I was about to
here
say,
enjoying these figurines?
you sure you got all your
Go
system?
backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See
Oh,
how
dear
that
Lord.
feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Okay then, whatever you say. Now we're off the pink room, right? Or no, behind the warehouse, the boss's room,
And
right?
here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I love that video.
Then there's the pink room that I don't remember ever going to at any point.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I guess. There's a giant apple in it for some reason. This is where I got the quiz right.
To hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
This is going along a lot farther than I thought it would. Like, this wasn't going on as much as I thought it was going to.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever
There's
choose
so
to
many
leave
different
it?
branching paths you
Keep
can take, I
going.
swear.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going.
You can see
What
why
else
now the
is there?
sections are
What
like that.
came before this?
Nothing. Well, this came nothing. What? This isn't right? This is the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Where are we going?
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah, this is
there
it.
Anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
No.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
What?
And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
What?
I did enjoy telling his story.
No.
So very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Wow. Wait, what? Hello?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work.
What?
Can you verify that this is correct?
No.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly.
No.
Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Oh, shit. Well, we're about to get a bunch of cardboard boxes. We're gonna leave you behind for this time, real quick.
When Stanley came to a set
This
of two open doors,
way.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Go this way. So we're not gonna have.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
What?
That it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
What?
What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Wait, what?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh no.
What did it mean?
All the
Stanley
boxes.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Too many
memo.
boxes. Oh no, all the
Good
boxes.
old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Me and Bucket. Forever and ever.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than
Interesting.
ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Alright, alright, alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What's downstairs again? I forgot which ways this is. Ah!
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me
Yeah.
in difficult times
What's up?
such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar
what?
reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal,
What?
everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
No.
What if I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must
Where's my
find
bucket?
it. Far
Where's
off in
my
the distance
bucket?
now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Where are you?
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them
God,
were
there's so
his.
many of them.
None
Which
of
one's
them were his
mine?
special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
I'm looking, I'm
He had
looking!
to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
Bucket,
And then
where are you?
he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
What?
Stanley doubled over in his bed and blacked out.
Ah!
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and
Wait, what?
security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This
Yeah,
man
man had no bucket.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything
So
is
wait, there's just an
predetermined
ending
and
now.
free will is an illusion, and it's all just a video
There's an ending
game.
for
It
all
could
the
have
other
been
endings of the game
prevented
with
if
a bucket
only
now.
He'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work. Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Right, there's still endings on the left side. I've gotten the buckets. Might as well get all the endings I can with the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
Right, no,
to
we
the
go upstairs
boss's
this time.
office.
And then let's go for the...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Go to the good ending, I guess. The normal one with the bucket, and then we'll go to the escape one.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Alright, let's go. What? Is there really going to be a different ending for every single action
The monitors jumped
that I
to
can do with the
life,
bucket
and
now?
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
I mean, it doesn't.
monitored
There
like
probably
guinea
is.
pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I love this bucket, man, so much. I'm so glad I didn't throw it in the bucket destroyer.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would...
Jesus Christ, it's still so loud.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Stanley in the bucket.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Yeah.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Why is his door
An
stuck?
unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
What? No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
No!
Needed the soothing warmth.
It's not fair!
It's
not fair!
Not to part with the bucket. No, no, no.
No.
Stanley
Please.
can't leave
No.
this place. Not while he
Let me
has
go.
such a precious bucket in his
Let
arms.
me go!
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least At least he has the bucket.
At least I have the
To be
buckets.
trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm getting surprised by these just
The
alternate
meeting
endings
room.
with the buckets.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
yeah,
chest
we're gonna go on
and
the right way.
entered the door on his left.
Wait, I can close that door? Oh.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now,
Wait, what?
in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding
I forgot
light
what number it was.
pierce the dark
Two-
clouds of
is it
confusion and
2845?
chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tent that
There we
Stanley
go,
guessed
2845,
the correct code
alright.
by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Alright,
This is
now
certainly
we're gonna
the
go
most
for the
logical
escape.
explanation.
I think I've got all the regular endings that I can. So now I gotta do it with the bucket, I guess? I don't fucking know what else to do. I mean, there's still achievements I haven't gotten, but eh. Not too worried about achievements, in all honesty.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
No.
that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Sure we will.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No! I want to go
At
this
point,
way.
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
But then we'll be together forever, and nothing will ever be able to separate us. We.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort
What?
had turned
No.
out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No.
Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Excuse me.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Even she's in on
It's true
it.
that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket. to
Even the
behold.
bucket gets its own dev room. That's amazing. Welcome you. The bucket welcomes you. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and rich and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and history Wait, where is my bucket? Where's my bucket? Will you take what you learned from here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself or your loved ones, or as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? I very much like my bucket back, thank you very much.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim
Hey,
it
it's
for
mine!
his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley
it's
will
mine!
ever be in his short life?
Bucket, come back! No! Bitch. 25 buckets. That's a lot more than 25 buckets. Yeah, that's a lot more than 25, I'll tell you what. Inferno bucket. Blah, blah. Okay. Insert this area first. What? Oh my fucking god. Keith. Predates the existence of mankind. We don't know how long. This cave crawling affects early man's discovered practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged man worthy of its treasures. This is amazing.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What?
Let
No.
Stanley die. Let him be
No.
crushed by the
I didn't get to explore those
machine. Don't
museum.
reset
No.
the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as
What?
commander of a new world,
Hey, wait,
a new
no.
vision.
I didn't get to chart. Yeah, it's fine. Wait, what? What? Room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Layout's
the memo.
different. It's like completely different.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's. But Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, we did everything we could on the left, so we're going right now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Cricket was. Oh, that's the intervention, right? We're not gonna go that way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes, buckets. Anything for you, buckets. Oh, right.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
No.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny,
No,
Stanley.
it's not funny.
The talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's sitting
You
right
find
there.
a video for
Let's
anything
take
on
a look.
YouTube.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Wait, what?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Yes.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
What?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
What?
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds
Jesus
and no
Christ.
less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
Did the game just crash? I think the game just crashed. Hold on. Yeah, the game crashed. God, why did it do it again? What the hell? Oh, we'll try this again. Hold on. Okay, why does it keep doing that? It went for a while though. If I crashed, no, it was fine. But god damn it, I gotta go through all that again. I gotta enter the current time. I mean, I could enter my favorite time, like I said, but let's just keep it. Yeah, hold on, let's see. My favorite time is usually like let's see, 12. Yeah, 12:30 p.m. because that's when I usually get off work. Yes. Wait, what? It's inaccurate right now. Okay. Okay. Wait, there's more stuff to... There's stuff for me to do while playing the... Oh yeah, there's this. Still so cool. Let's re-go through this crap. Don't touch anything. In fact, I forgot. I should have let the intro play out, but let's not touch anything. I remember there being an ending for where if you just stand here at the computer, you'll be like, oh, well, that's what Stanley's gonna do then, I guess. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I know there's one for just staying in your office and not do anything. Let's just really just stay in here and do nothing. Really wait it out. I don't care how long it takes. We're just gonna wait. Is it really not gonna do anything? Maybe that's not an ending anymore. I wouldn't know. Okay, I guess it's not gonna work. Unless I just type in the computer, maybe? Is there really nothing? Come on, there's gotta be something. Come on, give me something here. Ah!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Whatever, it's fine. Why can't I close that door but not that one? I wonder if there's a... Hold on. There's something for the bucket.
The
No,
bucket
there isn't.
made
That's
Stanley
right.
want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Sway.
chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no? Never mind.
Book
The
is
bucket was
wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
Yes,
did not question
buckets.
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course,
Oh,
because buckets
bucket
can't
is
talk.
love,
But Stanley
bucket is
chose
life.
not to think about this obvious
Just
fact.
bucket.
He was
Just
firmly convinced
bucket.
that the bucket had
Just
spoken to
bucket.
him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
No.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's order?
Ugh, I'm getting
Stanley,
hungry.
I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny,
No, I
Stanley.
don't. It's
A
not that
talking
funny.
bucket.
It's just a bucket with stickers on
Can't
it.
you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer? or
You're
spoken
rushing
quicker?
things, I feel like.
Oh, comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy.
There's an
that
instructional
one can
video on
watch to
everything,
follow-
I feel
Oh,
like.
Yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is
Comedic timing. What is comedic timing?
How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
My political
And more
enemies.
importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
I don't know.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is
Yes.
yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the
I don't think
optimal
anyone would ever
conditions
talk
for
like
good
that.
comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, Provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest
for whatever reason.
voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny
Let's
with the
practice
funny.
screaming, "I'm Dunny,
Dunny with the funny."
Now,
I'm Dunny with the funny.
good. This saying is a perfect example
Should
of
do that with my friends.
expectations management.
They'll
which
just
is the
look at me like, what the
cornerstone
fuck am I
of good
doing?
comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt you
Data.
were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatens our
What?
very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause,
The fuck
just
is
as our
this?
children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
The fuck was this?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Yep, and then there's the fence, so I can't jump off. There's this little gap right there. I could probably jump.
I
Yeah.
can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Damn.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on
The
the fly.
bucket
No need to
spoke.
overthink things.
The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No. No.
Whoa.
We're back at the phone
What?
already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land.
Not the way it was meant to.
And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious
The
mistake.
phone's still unplugged.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling
Oh,
whelp.
jeez.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Please don't make me rewatch it.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No.
What?
Oh.
We're back at the phone already?
Okay, so I need to go left now. Yeah, okay, good.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video?
No.
I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Huh? What?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
What?
Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
Wow.
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame.
That's
Pale with shame?
somehow matches
Pale... What's another word?
even though he's trying to...
Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
He somehow matched the tone of how sad it's not as sad, but it's still like, wow. Okay, then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I think
Stanley
there's
decided
one more
to go to the
ending.
meeting
Or
room.
there's
Perhaps
two.
it's simple.
There's
Not
definitely
everyone
one
is
more
so
left
lucky to
with
have
the
a bucket,
buckets.
but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
There
room.
might be more ways.
But
Hold on. I
Stanley
don't know.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
No.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please.
I know damn well what a bucket is, thank you very much. Is this
Now then,
a
I'm going
bucket?
to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram
What?
of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No?
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay then. Still going? Oh.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes!
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's a bucket, obviously. Can't fool me.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Can I get down from here? Yes, it's a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes. Everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I?
Yes, you are. We're all buckets.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything is a bucket, you fool.
Was everything a bucket?
Yes!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes!
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
You are.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
But
this
you
is
are.
Wonderful news. We're not buckets.
It's terrible.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Yes, please.
Okay?
Thank you. That'd be very
we'll
nice.
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Yeah.
Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley
I think I've got all the bucket endings there are to get.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Wait, no, there's still a...
This was not the correct
Isn't there a
way to the
cheating
meeting
ending? Hold
room.
on.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No.
Hold on.
never
Go back to
mind.
that.
The
Do the
bucket
thing
was
with the
wrong.
buckets.
Stanley took the door on his left. To
We'll
go
try and
back to
answer
the
everything
meeting room.
correctly next time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes, bucket. Bucket is everything.
No, stop.
Let me in.
There on the
Let
wall.
me in.
There's a sign
Let me
right
in,
there. It
damn it,
says,
let me in.
"No buckets past this point." Stanley, I
Bleh.
think it was okay to bring the bucket here. Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Is this
Now
a
then,
bucket?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Plus, I know which.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket,
Yeah.
not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Maybe we should have said no.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Maybe if I wait and do nothing, he'll realize it's a trick question. Or he'll realize that I realize that it's a trick question. I guess it doesn't matter then, does it?
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
The green and red make yellow?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Yeah.
Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket.
Everything is a
Of course, it's not
bucket.
true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes. Wait, I already did that, so no.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our
What
relationship
nonsense.
apart.
What are you talking
I can't
about?
help that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all
No.
buckets from the
Don't.
game
You
entirely.
fool. No.
Okay.
No.
Here we go.
No.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Yes.
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
Oh my god, I had no idea.
Well, now you
How
know.
could- Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here.
Yes.
You're not a bucket
I'm
either.
not a bucket
This
either.
is wonderful news. We're
Unfortunately.
not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you
So hang
what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Got a
okay?
mouse and keyboard
And
now.
we'll know
I think this
that
one
it's
has to be
all
done
a
on
bucket. But if you
keyboard.
run into
I don't
anyone
know how
else,
it can be done
maybe don't
console.
mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
How do I open console? Hold on. Not that, how do you open console commands on Stanley Parable? I don't, because there's an ending for trying to cheat. I know that much. Console commands. Stanley Parable. There we go. Let's. Oh, so I need to change the. So I need to close the game. Hold on. It's good. Yeah, close the game. Hold on. So we need to. Properties, launch options. So I need to type dash console. Okay, then I just launched the game, I think. Oh, and then the guy's gonna ask me something again. He's just like to computers completed. Barely visible. Right on there. Cats are friends. Aww. Number 5 becomes number. Just saw. Hold on. There we go. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Boinkle. Scrumtush. I like Scrumtush more. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that is right now the correct time? Yes. What time? What is time anyway? Yes? Tell me about yourself that you haven't told me. Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to... Of course I will. Now we begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley.
And then this. It didn't work. Maybe I have to have the. Oh, I see. Maybe I can't do it here. To menu, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to bring up console commands. Well, maybe that's just maybe that's just not a thing anymore, because the house was like, how would you do that for the console? So I guess that's that.
This is the story of a man.
Well.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
So one thing left to do I can think of, at least.
Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him. telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Nope. Bye-bye.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes,
Wait.
yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh, the burn bush, right. So, remember, those would be important. I remember now.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
All right.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
This pains me to do so, but I must know what happens.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bye.
Now listen to me.
It's not gonna let me.
Get at the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality
It's not gonna let me, I
deserve
see.
to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets
We need
is
to
so
get out of
densely
here,
loaded with
it won't let
complexity
me.
and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game
Turn
can you
off,
even
turn
say that
off.
about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Ah!
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Yep.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you you were magnificent.
I think I've done everything that I can think of to do now, without looking up any walkthroughs or guides. Let's see, hold on. Shift tails. The achievements for this game. 8888. Replace this. All settings sliders and menu to all the available numbers. Oh, I see. Speedrun. Complete the game in under 4 minutes, 26 now, including load times. Don't play San Andreas for 10 years. What? Play San Andreas for the entire duration of a Tuesday. What are these achievements? Yeah, no, fuck that. It's fine. Alright, I think I've done everything there is to do.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, let's actually speedrun this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay, maybe I have to get an actual ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing...
wasted too much time.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
No. Let's not go for achievements.
This man.
I didn't see this. Log back in one more time, just to see. My friend will be there. that's so sad. Epilogue? What? Oh, I'm so glad I did that. Hold on. I didn't think there was... What's this? Many, many years later. Oh my god, it's the ending where I'm just walking endlessly through the desert. What? Oh. I guess I must get really cold in the middle of the deserts. Where did the chair come from? Oh. Oh my god. Gotta keep moving forward. Narrator, I know you're out there somewhere. Maybe even my bucket too. I can't give up. I've come this far. Wow. Still walking. Still going. Maybe let's go towards the sunset. Now let's keep going the direction we were going. Oh, the memory zone. Maybe he's still here. It's a generator. Hello? Narrator? You here? Stanley Parable 2. Loving memory. Narrator? Anyone? Bucket? What's this? Review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than spend what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. Infinitely deep hole, who cares? Where are the new endings? But what are enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Like, collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. Let's say, though, I found the fucking quick. This game didn't. Like, Cookie 9. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. When the Stanley Parable update, Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, creators made plans to build this property into an entire franchise. But disastrous critical and commercial reception to Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in the press release they published today. It's clear that the more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought we had a vision for the series that the players would be excited about. Yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the Riddle game and to stop assaulting fans of our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release.
Jim.
Feels wrong pushing these buttons, button.
Jim.
Stanley? What was this? Oh, those like the devs?
Jim.
More figurines. Hello? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Narrator? Wait, what? Oh, hello again. Yeah, it's nice to see you too. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. I mean, that's fine. We don't always need new things. Reed Phillips said, preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We don't need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. If people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make a mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words to make a new one your title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Stanley versus 1 with the I don't like this. Don't do it. Wait, what? Okay, maybe I do need to. You know, that's fair. It's fine. It's gonna put me back there, or is it gonna make me go through this intro sequence again? Okay, it is. Alright, I mean, that's fair. Plus, I think I missed a spot I was supposed to go to anyway. Wow, though. This game is just making me feel something, which I like. I wasn't expecting this from this game. I thought I just reached the end of it and I'd done all there was to do. Turns out there's still more. This game really is something special. Plus, this music is just... There's a reason some games don't get sequels. Not whether it's for... because the legacy they establish is fine enough on its own. Because of something unfortunate caused the story to be left unfinished. Regardless of circumstance. Sometimes it's just best if things just are left the way they were. You can't always dwell on what could have been. You just be happy with what there was. Sorry. Wow. Imagine if this actually happened to them in the real life. I mean, or a person who made a game that they were really passionate about, really excited about, and for them to get that kind of reception, it's just, I feel like it'd be really devastating and sad for them. Just witness and see that happen, I feel like. I mean, good thing it hasn't, but you never know. Okay, well, that's all there's left to do. Sure. Stanley Parable, that's right. Just keeps going. That's I remember now. Current time is 10:24 a.m. Well, let's wait until it turns to 10:25 and get it right on the dots. Let's just wait like 1 minute. At 10:25 a.m. How do I get to the achievement machine? I begin the game?
This is the All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Wait, how do I get to the area that has the new content again? Ah, here we go. No, I should have grabbed my bucket. You know, it's fine.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game, here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's see if my bucket's there again.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance
There's my bucket.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket,
It doesn't have any stickers on it, though.
the disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long
This isn't
for
my
the gentle
buckets.
embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
It's not gonna let me leave either. Oh yeah, there it is, my stickers, yay.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Yes,
And
the
in
bucket
fact,
is God mode,
can I say that
absolutely.
I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well. I think that just
The bucket
holding it
is
has
of
made
the
you
utmost
slightest
importance.
bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go
I swear,
on and on, don't
I swear.
they?
Whoever
All
decided to
this
put the
and more
bucket in
await
is
you
pretty
in
stupid, but I'm
Stanley
really
Parable
thankful for
2.
them. Because having a bucket just makes everything so much easier.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Alright, the easy achievement. Right. Machine's working now. Alright. There's still a few other achievements that I don't understand. Like
Now,
8 of
here's
them.
something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Uh-huh.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given.
There we go.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Yeah.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
Yeah.
Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
Uh-huh.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Yeah, it's like cheating. I wouldn't be able to do that without the bucket. If I came here without the bucket, it wouldn't have worked. Alright.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Dust of the balloons. Technical. Hold on. Go up this way, I think. No. Right, this way, up here. Things will check. Hold on, let's see. I at least get the achievement. Must be important. Yes. Hold on. How do I... 72. Just everything. Apparently, there's an achievement for doing this. Hold on. BT. Any other sliders anywhere? These ones.
This is the story of a man named Stan. This is the story.
Okay. Friend Jim News. Jim loves a button that says the player's name. Oh yeah, absolutely. If your name's Jim, this is the perfect game for you. Let's see. Okay, video. Play resolution. There's no other sliders out there, is there? Oh. Is there a slider that I'm missing? Whatever. Yeah, then there's just the exit now. I think that's all there is left, yeah.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Okay.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress
The
and
friendship
innovation
slider,
and
perhaps.
long-term franchising potential.
Friendship slider, where would that be? Did I miss it somewhere? Let's see. Oh, maybe this slider. Oh, wait, maybe it's these sliders. I didn't even think about that. Just to make sure. Maybe. I don't know. Nah, not in there. Where's the friendship slider then? Because I have no I don't remember seeing a
All
friendship
right,
slider
have you
anywhere.
seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Get it when you restart sometimes. Oh, that one. Hold on, let's see then. Let's just quit real quick. And then we'll do this. Launch the game real quick and see. Silly parable. Oh yeah, avoid the. Oh, return to human condition. That sounds pretty cool. Oh, I might have missed it already then. It's fine. I can live out all the achievements. That, I think, is officially everything that I've done in this game that I can do. How long have I been streaming for? Let's see. 6 hours. I didn't think this game was gonna last that long. Whew. Yeah. All the endings, including the ones with where you carry the buckets. I've gotten the epilogue. Then I said yes and no. Well, I know you just got here, Lutier, but thank you for dropping by. And thank you to anyone who also watches this and gives me their time of day. I really appreciate it. It's kind of good to be back, I guess. After being gone for so long. Hopefully I don't know if I'll stream as often, but I'll try and make a habit out of it, because I want to play more games. Yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm going to stop here now. I really enjoy, I'm going to say, I really enjoy this game. I'm really happy I got to play it. I hope everyone else gives it a try too, even if you just watched it and you know what's going to happen. Even going into it and knowing some of the endings already, this was an amazing experience, and I'm really happy I got to experience it. It's just really special, and I just Hope everyone else enjoys it as well. Yeah, anyways, thank you all for watching. Have a good day.